Okay, Zundu. Click the thing. Okay, let's take this route. Nom 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 nom. Okay. This is good. There's so many fish right near my starting spot. 12, 16, 20. Yeah, I can just come here later, I guess. Drop the X. Any mines? No. That's inconvenient. Oh, there we go. That's good. Okay, why not? Crystal spike, dang it. I don't need this third weapon frame. Ah, bear. Good. Ooh, leaf too. Alright, now we just need to find a goddamn mining node. Well, let's grab this leaf while we're here. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Bow, tuned, perfected, armor, 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 armor. Armor, armor. Alright. Okay. Give me 3 vials. Or 2 vials. Now the rest can be paddlefish. Need to upgrade my thing. Okay, perfected. Excellent. Yes, yes. Alright, I think we're ready to start cooking. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
2, 1, May. Two, 1, range.
Oh, it's way too early.
2, 1, May. Two, 1, range. Two, 1, May.
Oh, he took off my thing.
2, 1, range. Two, 1, May. Two, 1, range.
We got bailed out.
2, 1, May. Two, 1, range.
Get up! Oh, frick. No, 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 no.
2, 1, Mage.
That was bad. Man, I can do it. I just gotta get freaking good. Use this thing correctly. Well, pick the thing. Yeah, this is, I've thrown myself into the deep end of PVM in this game. This is a roguelike. It's great. Oops. Good. Helps if I pick things up. Bear. Fish. No, this is not original content. This was added in like 2020, I think. Alright, bye. Bye. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Let's see. Boop. Boop. Alright. Tune. File. Drop 2 of those for now. X anymore. The frick? Oh, actually, I have to equip my thing. Well, that's something. Need more? This guy followed me forever. Die, you son of a gun. Oh yeah, it can't be there. So it has to be here. Or here, or the next one. Inconvenient. There we go, finally. Just what I needed. Okay, oops, getting distracted here. Okay, cook. Let the man cook. Get out of my face, Scorpion. Alright, here do we go! Mushroom Kingdom, here we come!
Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. 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 Two, one, range.
Kill him.
2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Oh no! Ran right through it. Ah, so close.
2,
Alright, I think I need True Child Indicator. Alright. Man, that was close. Nice, we can get rid of our pickaxe nice and early this run. Okay. Got a burr. Got a burr over there. Okay, perfect. Already got a weapon frame, so we don't need that. Excellent. The trees. Perfect. Fish. What am I missing? I'm missing a limb trim. Frick, that's not good. Where's my ligma? It's here somewhere. I dropped it. How did I drop it? But I need more shards now. Frick. Some shards. There we go. Maybe some more shards. Okay, there's my shards. I'm missing more stuff. Let's whatever. We'll do with what we have. All right.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range.
I did that attack too early. Well, at least I'm not dead.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. 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 Two, one, mage. 2, 1, range.
We're so close.
2, 1, mage.
Okay.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Frick! No! We're so close.
2, 1.
10 maple short bows. What's the point of that? Bear. Not great, but not awful. Yeah, we need to take a sneak peeksy into here. Okay. That's what I thought. guess. Come on, I need a tree, god dang it. The frick are the trees? Whatever. Tree. There's one. Finally. Yeah, that's enough fish. Okay, got those, got those. Equip these. Swap out these, put this up here. Okay, grab more paddlefish. Cook them. Take a sippy. Put on this.
2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range.
'Get out, get out. Oh frick, he's gonna stop me.
2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 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 2, 1, mage.
No, no, no.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
Die, you son of a gun.
2, 1, range.
Oh, I got him!
2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range.
Woo! Okay. I'll do it one more time, but I think I think I understand now, maybe? Do one thing at a time. Get more comfortable swapping prayers, get more comfortable swapping thing. Nice. Alright, we need to kill these things anyway. This is slow as crap. Oh well. Sing along with me. Okay. Drop these paddle boys. Perfect. Oh, where's my prayers? Leave me alone, foul creatures. Excellent, perfect. In fact. Hey. There's paddlefish.
Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Whoops, ow.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, made. 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 2, 1, range. 2, 1, made.
I switched too early.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, made. 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 2, 1, range.
'Easy. I said easy. Die.
1, made.
Fun. 2, 1, range. Why won't this thing die? Freaking die. Dude! What the frick is going on? Click the node. Already down here anyway, there we go. Okay, this is good. Need those crystal shards. Whatever, I guess. Where's Mimi Boss? Where is Mimi Boss? Oh, fish. I don't have space for fish. Mimi Boss. There he is. Alan shows up and never says anything. Discuss.
My motives are very complex.
Helps if you click on the correct thing. Are there any nearby fish?
No.
Unless they're in here.
Also, I'm busy eating.
I didn't give you permission to eat.
I woke up. That gave me permission to eat.
Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made. Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Two, one, range. Two, one, made. 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 Two, one, range. Two, one, made.
No.
Two, one, range.
Alright. Just one more of these. Hello, rat, die. Dragon. No dragon. Gases. I think I want to use this because there was another bear right here. Yeah. Alright.
You can do it.
I've done it twice.
Nice.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two,
Whoa.
one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage.
Why is your inventory full of dead cats?
It's fish.
Two, one, range.
Whatever you say, J Bowman.
It's all fish.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range.
Whoa, get me out of here.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage.
Sometimes he just decides to not take damage for a while.
Two,
Makes me sad.
one, range. Two, one, mage.
No, 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 he's gonna slam me.
One, range.
Frick, yeah. I walked into him. This mode is addictive. Over here, okay, nothing in there. Dragon, good. Love to see it. Okay, perfect. Nice. Tuned. Yeah, vial. Filled with water. Frick. How can it fire at me from all the way over there? How about you stop, buddy? I'll kill you fast, Doc Beast, old pal. Pat, you want a piece of me? I'll kill you.
How dare you?
I mean, he asked for it.
That bat will effing wreck you, mate.
He won't. Frick. Attack that spider. Clicking enemies is half the difficulty in this game. I just want me some fish. Use teleport. Bleep. Cook some fish. Let's go mine these trees. Kill the spider on the way. Okay, he's not in the way. Why did it act like I didn't have enough? Anyway. I need more paddlefish. Will you be my battlefish?
This guy's collecting dead cats again.
No, the paddlefish.
That is clearly a dead cat. So, why
No.
you've been killing green cats, you weirdo.
No, they turn into gray fish because I cook them.
What the heck? This guy kills green cats and then cooks them.
No. Alright, I guess we'll just go in with this much food. I don't feel like prepping anymore. What's he praying against? Okay.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage.
Mage. Mage again.
Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage.
That was like
Two,
a long time where it wasn't
one,
just
range.
wasn't dead.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range.
Not fair.
Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. Two, one, mage. Two, one, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage.
'He's gonna slam me, man.
2, 1, range. 2, 1, mage. 2, 1, range. 2, 1.
Yeah, got him. Whoa, that was close.
Two, 1.
Alright, that's...
Congrats.
We're done with that for now. If we come back with 10 more range stat, he'll die so much faster, it'll be so much easier. But yeah, I was talking to people in chat, because like, I was like, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. They're like, oh, well, this is like the hardest PVM content. It's like tied for the hardest PVM content with other stuff, so if you can do the corrupted version of the gauntlet, you can do anything. So it's like, oh, that's encouraging. But that's the normal gauntlet that I'm doing. But you're also supposed to have like a lot higher stats.
When's Corrupted Gauntlet?
When I have higher stats, you're not listening to me.
What about now? Go eat your dead cats now.
No. I ate enough dead cats. Didn't you see me eat them? I just ate them. I ate 16 of them or something. 3, 2, 1, mage. I have an add-on calling to me. Tells me 3, 2, 1, mage. 3, 2, 1, range. It's telling me what to pray. Alright, well that's exciting that I was able to do. I was afraid last night when I was going to bed. I was like, man, I'm never going to be able to do the gauntlet. It's too hard. But normal gauntlet, okay. I probably need more stats before I can do hard gauntlet. So that's good. It's good news. It's all good. It's all clean. Now I need to decide what our next... I mean... I feel like I gotta finish the stupid Slayer stuff. Slayer. Alright, let's go on an herb run. We herbed. But the gauntlet is really fun. It's the roguelike nature and the fact that there's like no consequences. You immediately go back in if you screw up. It's like, yes. Yes. Let's get 10 irritant seeds. Three, 2, 1, ranged. Oh, your Bean Man is back. The Bean Man.
What?
The Bean Man. The Bean Man.
After long periods of inactivity.
You don't know who the Bean Man is?
But the ore is about as far as we can get for
No.
now. We'll need a couple
Think
more
about it.
resources before we can
Who
continue
do you
on
watch
to the
that loves
third tier of aluminum
beans
smelting.
recently?
And the first one we'll need is sodium carbonate.
Oh, did he make
Sodium
a
is easy
second
if you
video
do
finally?
know
I
a
didn't
lot
see it
of
when
and
I
that's because it just takes
when I
brown
opened
algae.
YouTube.
So here we are making another massive algae
bad.
farm. But unlike blue algae, it just takes saline water, which we can get infinitely for free from a bunch of saline plants. Then we'll need a bunch of purified water, and if you've been following along, you'll know
YouTube's
that
having
means
brain
a bunch of
problems now,
hydro
so
plants.
clearly
But
it's
this
fault.
time we can skip getting rid of the saline water.
Also,
and
his
rinse out and throw it back into
to
the
be
farm
fair,
to
his
get rid
thing
of it.
looks
Then we just shove that into a bunch of liquefiers and
almost
voila,
identical to the
sodium
last
carbonate.
one. So,
So I decided to knock out
except now
sodium
there's
hydroxide
two
solution
bean,
production while I'm here,
two
just in case I
what's
need
his
it
face
later.
doing bean
And again, I
thing.
decided to make the much more annoying recipe that requires electrolyzers and recycling electrodes, but whatever, there it is. I don't know about you, but I'm finding it much easier to explain my gameplay when I'm hard focused on building one massive block at a time, and we get this great view of industry when we're done too. We bring that back to our aluminum block along with some charcoal as well, and I say block, but what I really mean is weird rectangle, because I'm too cool to use uniform city block designs. Anyway, that combines with the pellets and creates some sodium aluminate. You'll see those belts on the side feeding back into the carbonate belt, and that's for the next step, but we can't do that yet because we need another ingredient. Just like the Tier 1 recipe, we'll need some sodium hydroxide, and that can only come from zapping salt water and some electrolyzers, and that requires an incredible amount of salt water. Once again, the salination plants save the day. So this whole process spits out sodium hydroxide, but it also spits out chlorine and hydrogen. Now if sodium hydroxide was all we were after, we'd be done here, but while I'm building this, I might as well set it up to make a whole host of things we can make out of chlorine. Hydrogen chloride is one of them. It's super simple and just requires combining the chlorine and hydrogen in chemical plants. It's got a handful of uses, and we'll want both that and chlorine gas on the trains for use later. But beyond that, there's a bunch of other ones we can knock out while we're here as well. I'm skipping through this part because I assume you can figure out what these hydro plants are doing by now, but then we combine that purified water with the sodium hydroxide that makes it past the trains to create even more sodium hydroxide solution. Yes, the smart way of making it, except I'm not making it just to use it, I'm making it so I can flush it down the toilet. Chlorine gas is actually really important for later recipes, and by letting this get rid of excess hydroxide if there's no chlorine gas, it'll clear up the belt so the electrolyzers can make more. But it has some legitimate uses too, because while we'll flush it if there's an excess, we'll also use it combined with the gases to create sodium hypochlorite and sodium chlorate. I mentioned this last video, but again, if you're obsessed with beating a mod like this, you'll definitely burn yourself out. And for the last 50 hours of this run, I've been in the zen of hopping on, playing a few hours and finishing a block, and then hopping off and not worrying too much about the next step. I'd recommend it, and this kind of base design makes it really easy to visualize your progress. It'll probably be a while before we need these, but when we do need them, we'll be glad that it's just one train stop away. Alrighty, back to aluminum. We needed the sodium hydroxide to make alumina, along with the aluminate we made earlier, as well as some carbon dioxide. Conveniently, the previous step also used charcoal, so now we've got it on site to not only fuel the blast furnaces, but also make the CO2 necessary. And it's double great because the next step to make the ingots actually takes
Alright, I
carbon,
think I
so
just
we
made
can
the
use it
gauntlet
again.
10 times
They don't
easier
need
for the
much
next
sugar.
try, because I've been having to hit, like, I'm like, oh my god, I have to hit F4 for prayers, but, or F5 for prayers, but escape to get back to my inventory? No, 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 no. I've just switched it so that they're right next to each other. Click, click, click. Yeah, that's gonna make it way easier, man. Shut up, Evil Bob. I don't care about you. Actually, I do.
That is your cat.
It's not my cat.
Why is it following you if it's not your cat?
Because it's Evil Bob. So remember when I did the Bob quest? This is Evil Bob.
You turned evil Bob into a cat?
No, he's from Escape Room. Everything's backwards. This is the event where I uncook fish. Catch a cooked fish, uncook it.
Something else.
You've become better at fishing. That's not what I wanted. How dare it do this to me?
Directly inserting from these two liquefiers is enough. You'll also notice that the alumina is being directly inserted into the ingot furnaces, but it also spits out some sodium carbonate as a byproduct, which will route back into the previous step with priority input, so it consumes that first. And this is the best part because it means all the hard stuff is behind us. We just paste the induction furnace design we've been using and the casting machine designs, as well as the loading stations, and finally the coolant blueprint. This is what Factorio's all about. Watching one of these complex builds roar to life is my favorite part about Factorio, and I hope it's yours too. But before we move on, I'm horrified to remember that while I'm using the pure ore sorting, there are other recipes that spit out unwanted ores like aluminum, and I'll need a way to get rid of them. Thankfully, I just so happen to leave enough room in this design to fit a train that could unload ore with priority input to get rid of any ore byproducts from the other processes. Way to go, me. I start preparing for the next resource, but then it hits me. I really hate this wastewater treatment that I've shoved into the middle of the build like this. I'm trying to keep these designs as self-contained as possible, but it's just too annoying and it doesn't even work right. So I'm tearing it out and deconstructing this entire thing just to move it up several tiles. Better now than never, I suppose. I'm just gonna dispose of the waste for now, but since I'm making all these in parallel, I'm gonna connect all the wastewater by pipe so I can extract it and recycle it elsewhere. Anyway, we're making silicon this time, and it also takes some carbon. Well, that's not exactly right. It doesn't take carbon, but the first step to making Tier 3 silicon is silane gas, and strangely enough, it takes aluminum ingots to make. 24 to be precise, and when it's done, it spits out another 24 alumina. That's what the carbon is for, turning that back into ingots, because as long as you use the advanced aluminum ingots recipe, you'll be able to continuously recycle the same ingots over and over. Once we've got the silane gas, it's straight to ingots. Yes, we need the gas to make silicon ingots, but we also need silicon ingots to make silicon ingots. It takes in 6, but spits out 4 times as much. Just like the previous recipe, we're going to be continually recycling the ingots and routing them back into the start of the process. And all that looks like is a couple priority output splitters that ensure that the input belt to the furnaces is fully saturated before they'll allow any ingots to escape the system via the other side of the splitter. It's a good thing melting time is consistent across all the ingots, so we can just use the same blueprint every time, seeing as I'm setting up every process to make about 96 ingots a second at maximum throughput. This is where the similarities end, however, because we can't just use our casting machine design, since there's no such thing as silicon sheets. Instead, we have this rather complex recipe, starting with using the raw ore to make quartz crucibles. Next we'll need some nitrogen, and that comes from an air filter, followed by a chemical plant to extract the oxygen and nitrogen. We just vent the oxygen, and we use that to create silicon seeds. It's been a while since we've seen the standard casting machines. With the crucibles and seeds, we can finally start thinking about turning them into monosilicon, except this thing ended up being pretty complicated because it's kind of hard to keep things symmetrical in this narrow space while also managing to fit enough casting machines. The worst part is that while spitting out monosilicon, it also has an 80% chance to give back the crucible, so that means we need a filter splitter to separate it from the monosilicon we want, and a priority input splitter that feeds back into the input belts. Also, since we've got both the seeds and the crucibles on one belt, we need to make sure that the crucibles we're trying to merge in is on the same side of the belt as well. The end result of all that is this. It doesn't really have room for beacons, but whatever. I'll cross that bridge when we get there. Immediately, we're on to the next resource, silver. And let me tell you, this was probably the most convoluted recipe I had to deal with. I was tempted to use the Tier 2 smelting because of how annoying it is, but silver is a major resource in the production of circuits, so it's definitely worth it. The crux of the issue is this sodium silver cyanide. The ingredients are annoying enough on their own, but this sodium cyanide is the worst. I would have been more than happy to tack it onto my last sodium build and ship it in, but look at the recipe again. It spits out sodium hydroxide as a byproduct. That's an ingredient in the sodium we need, but it means that if I wanted to ship in sodium cyanide, I need to ship out sodium hydroxide, so the best option is just make it here so I can recycle it. But as you can see, it requires this massive mess of electrolyzers, chemical plants, catalysts, and carbon. The only good part is I don't need much of it, but what a headache. And it's the only thing that's forced me to break symmetry thus far. After all that, we actually get to make the stuff. Similar to the aluminum with its carbonate byproduct, we'll take all the hydroxide and route it back into the electrolyzers to be reused. Then all that goes into another set of chemical furnaces to become silver cathodes. At least this recipe is easy, but since I'm trying to make all these blocks relatively similar length, I've got a lot of space to win back considering that previous step, so it's a bit compact. Now it's finally time to turn them into ingots. Like last recipe, it's one ingredient and one product, almost like an apology for that first step, but we still need to fuel them. We get to melt them down as per the norm, but just like tin, we're able to make silver-coated wire, and that means leaving space for another train carrying molten copper, as well as altering the casting machine design a bit to accept 2 fluid inputs. This build ended up too long to fit the coolant at the end, but fortunately silicon doesn't use coolant, and that means I can just fit it there instead. Ah, silver. Being able to watch it like this almost makes the whole thing worth it. Well, there's still loads more to go, and so we're doing nickel next. Also, I learned a valuable lesson about what happens when your construction robots use a blasting charge underneath you. This amount of ore production for nickel is extreme overkill, but hey, even if it wasn't more aesthetic, it's still easier to paste an existing blueprint than specialize one. Thankfully, it's pretty easy, and all we need is some carbon monoxide, which comes from carbon and purified water, and we need some sulfur, which we can get from the air filtering build. It's a bit of an awkward squeeze, but it works thanks to the cursed capabilities of the adjustable inserters. That combines with the pellets to make nickel carbonyl, and that can go straight into ingots. Just like the silicon ingots, we'll need to route them back in as input, but we solve it the exact same way, and that's nickel ingots. Yep, that's it. There's no molten nickel, no nickel sheets, just the ingots. They're used as a precursor in several metal alloys, but that's about it. We put that on a train and move on. The base is filling out rather nicely, but we've still got a long way to go, he says, becoming increasingly nervous as this video is already over 40 minutes long and only halfway through the footage. I was getting a little fatigued by all the smelting, so I went to the old base to build some more concrete. I considered making a mod that swapped the tiles of the modded and base concretes, but after looking through the code, I relented and decided that just sucking it up and automating it would be much faster. Unfortunately, it's much more expensive to make than regular concrete, but it'll be 100 hours before I use any of this stuff anyway. Then I tack on sodium to the existing saltwater electrolysis build. Not because I've got anything in mind, but just because I can, and it's better to fit it in now before I start trying to build around this thing and end up limiting my space. I also set up hydrochloric acid, one of the 4 acids, and very important for the near future. Then there's this sodium perchlorate, which you might remember from the start as being used to make rocket boosters. It's also got other uses, but I mainly made it so I can bring it to the old base via requester chests and speed up my rocket booster production. I never got around to mentioning it until now, but these Mark III trains have 5 fuel slots and rocket boosters stacked to 200, so these double-headed trains each need 2,000 boosters before they can stop pulling from the refueling chests. I feel like most of these trains won't even consume that much throughout this entire run. The only saving grace is that I only need to stand up a new train once every hour or so. Anyway, to finish off the middle tier ores, we've got zinc. Zinc is similar to nickel in that it's only used in alloys and certain more efficient ways of making molten metals, but luckily it's pretty easy. It does take sulfuric acid, however. Some people online told me to skip the 3rd tier of zinc smelting because the sulfuric acid isn't worth the extra ores, kind of like lead, but it doesn't seem too bad so long as we've got our air filtration plants up. The first step just takes oxygen and zinc pellets, but it spits out some sulfur dioxide, and that's handy because we can turn that straight into sulfuric acid with the addition of a little purified water in a chemical plant and use that to feed the next step of the process. So all things considered, its acid consumption isn't that bad. The zinc oxide is also used in like one other minor recipe too, so it's good to know that I won't need to worry about that like I would have needed to if I went with the 2nd tier smelting. The zinc cathode build ended up looking a lot like the silver cathodes, and similarly, they're the only ingredient we need to make zinc ingots, as long as we've got a blast furnace, which I'm fueling with this cursed belt borrowed from the nickel. Put it on trains, and that's zinc. We're slowly but steadily checking everything off the list. I mentioned alloys, and that's what I'm gonna make next, starting with solder. We've got plenty of space, so I'm gonna put it below the nickel. Because it's an alloy, all we need to do is train in all of the ingots necessary to make it. And I'd just like to shout out these crazy unloading designs that you can make with these adjustable inserters. To make solder, all we need to do is combine tin ingots and zinc ingots. ingots in an induction furnace to create molten solder. There's multiple recipes, but they all take tin and something more valuable than zinc, so zinc and tin it is. Then we can turn those into solder coils. We won't get to use these until we get around to making circuits, but they're very important and work just like the wire coils. Next up is bronze, and it takes 3 different ingots, so I've got to make an even better unloader. Bronze is almost useless, honestly. It's used in making some buildings, but not in any science, so this thing is already pretty overkill. Another alloy is brass, and it also takes 3 different ingots. It can use the exact same design as before, and the difference is this one's actually used in science, at least a little bit, so we'll make a little extra production. And then we'll make Inver, again just copy-pasting the same design. Inver is also used in science, but only military science, which we don't really need now that we have artillery, so this is also a bit overkill. Right next door, I'm setting up cobalt steel. Can't turn this or the Inver on though, because I'm missing cobalt and I'm missing steel, but this one's also used in science, so this one gets a bit more production than the others as well. Speaking of steel, it's about time we made some. It's a bit more complex than the other alloys because it takes iron ingots and oxygen. A lot of iron ingots, actually. It takes 4 iron ingots to make 1 steel ingot. I have concerns about throughput, so I gave it 2 iron ingot stops even though we have only 1 source of them at the moment. Those steel ingots will go on to trains for the alloys, but we also need to make molten steel. You can make molten steel purely from steel ingots, but those cost 4 iron ingots each, so it's much better to use one of the other recipes that allows you to mix in other ingots like nickel and cobalt to create the same amount of molten steel, saving you tons of iron. We don't have cobalt yet though, so it'll remain dormant. Next thing I'm setting up ahead of time is nitinol, another thing I can't make yet because it takes nickel and titanium. I mean, I could make it, but not properly from the real base, you know? It also has no use in science, but it's necessary for pretty much every high-level building, so it's definitely good to have. Walking through all this base has definitely become quite imposing. Sometimes it's crazy to walk through something like this and remember that at some point in time you actually built all this stuff. Time to make it even more imposing. Now that I'm done with the 5 middle tier ores, I decide to set up the wastewater cleaning in this empty space to the right. Sometimes it's hard to fit something useful in every inch of the map, but we're gonna make it work. The 4 different kinds of wastewater can be turned into the 4 different kinds of acids. Well, there's more than 4 acids, but these are the 4 important acids. They all use hydroplants and spit out some kind of solid along with some water. Sulfuric waste is the most abundant kind, and the other 3 take sulfuric acid plus whatever solid their wastewater spit out to turn it into that acid. They also spit out some byproducts that need to be dealt with. I'm not going to dwell too much on it, and it's not just because I forgot to record building half of it, but because it's not the greatest, and I'm eventually going to redesign it. Next video. The reason is that allowing only single wagon trains into the station severely limited how effectively I could use it. I guess this way of getting rid of the sodium sulfate is interesting, where we turn it to sodium and sulfur, route the sulfur back to the sulfuric acid plants, and then turn the sodium into hydroxide, then hydroxide solution, and finally get rid of it. Yeah, but that's wastewater. So there's one more sort of sub-material I've got left to make. It's not exactly an alloy, but it does take this alumina, which I totally forgot to plan for. I managed to route it through and fit it on this random stop here. Even these new designs have slight oversights sometimes, but when it's only 1 or 2, it's much easier to squeeze in as opposed to like 10. Also, I'm pasting another sludge array. The material we're after is glass, and it's also got its own fancy recipe. One of the ingredients is lime, but would you look at that, we've already built a way to mass-produce lime. I swear every time I get to paste a blueprint like this, it gives me a rush of endorphins. There's a quote-unquote more advanced recipe for glass, but it takes sodium carbonate and sodium sulfate, which is much more annoying to create than lime, especially when we already have a blueprint. Unlike last build, we need to actually bring in some fuel for the furnaces, which results in this awkward train stop. Again, we've got the stops that ship out the excess CO2 byproduct. The other 2 ingredients are silicon powder and the aforementioned alumina. To make silicon powder, we powderize silicon ingots. Yes, it's just that easy. I made the mistake last time of assuming that I didn't need much glass because it was only used in one science, while neglecting to realize that it was used a lot in that one science, so not this time. We're giving glass its own dedicated block. We throw all 3 of those ingredients into these powder mixers and use them to create glass mixture. We're going to need a good number of these because the recipe is quite slow. I'm becoming quite fond of being able to put all the inserters in the same lane as the belts. Those go straight into induction furnaces to make molten glass, and while we could make glass with just that, there's also a more efficient way to cast molten glass as well. It needs a lot of nitrogen though, and that means some more of these bulky air filters. Luckily, you only need a few chemical plants to process it. Then there's also those other induction furnaces, and that's because it actually takes molten tin to make, but it spits out the same amount in tin ingots along with the glass, so all we need to do is remelt it. Fitting 3 different fluids into these tiny casting machines is a bit awkward, though. We can also use the molten glass and some strand casters to make glass fibers. They're only used in one recipe, but it's an important recipe, seeing as it's necessary to make the boards for processing units, so we definitely want some of those. Start the process with some tin ingots, and it's good to go. Okay, here's another thing I want to knock out. We've got hydro plants, you know the deal. Wastewater recycling is nice, but you'll always need a proper source of acid, and nitric acid starts by making nitrogen monoxide from ammonia and oxygen along with some green catalysts. That means combining aluminum and silver ore with an empty frame, and it's always annoying. That goes on to combine with oxygen again to create nitrogen dioxide, and finally combined with water to create nitric acid. There's a reason I needed all the acids up, but here's me clearing a massive swath of land just in case you forgot I had to do this every time I wanted to build something. That reason is, more ores. Don't worry, we're almost done with them. There's only 3 more to go. 6 or 7 technically, and maybe 9 if you count uranium and thorium, but we're not making those this video. We're breaking into the advanced ores, starting with titanium. You might remember the rough setup I made just so I'd have enough to supply my bottomless appetite for titanium pipes, and it comes with one problem. Well, 2, but first things first. That problem is that instead of 2 ores, it takes 3 different ores to make the pure stuff, so I can't just use the same design I've been using as all the other ones. It's not like I need to make everything from scratch, and I can still borrow a lot from the previous design, but it takes some effort, which is why I'm designing most of it as ghosts here in the middle of nowhere. Since it's got more ore demand, I'm giving it 2 stops for sludge, but I'm still running everything through the middle of the crystallizers. It's just that it's a little wider than before. Now, not only do we need to adjust the crystallizers, but we need to redo the ore flotation as well. It's easy though, seeing as I just need to paste 1 lane of the existing design 3 times. I'm making the middle one 2 belts wide for symmetry reasons. The best part about this is I can fit 2 geode washers now, which gets me much closer to the ideal ratio of crystal seedling production. Squeezing beacons into these things is probably going to be impossible, so if I ever end up beaconing these builds, I'll probably need to pipe in supplementary seedlings from somewhere else, but that's a problem for future Dosh. I just wanted to say that this is why I really love Factorio. Even though I've been playing this mod for so long, every time I make one of these new builds, I find some way to improve upon the old one. Like with this waste water handling, which is much cleaner than the old build because all I need to do is run the particular flavor of waste between these undergrounds and plug it into the pipe it belongs in. Alright, here's the second problem. These train stops are for the acids. Yes, the acids. It's been a while, but to unlock the full potential of these ores, we need to float them and leach them, and that's done in these leaching plants and one of the 4 acids depending on the type of ore we're leaching. Half of them take sulfuric acid, but the other 3 take fluoric, chloric, and nitric, and since we've already got the sulfuric acid on site to process the geodes to crystal slurry, we just need to bring in 2 other acids. The leaching setup is pretty simple compared to the floating because it doesn't have any byproducts. There's one last thing we'll need before we can turn that into pure titanium, and that's the catalysts. First we needed mineral catalysts and then crystal catalysts, but this time we need hybrid catalysts, which are made by combining the 2. Those can go on the sides of the leaching plants, and I've got this space to fit these train stops, which can drop off any excess or byproducts from other processes. It always pays to think ahead. And all that's left to do is throw them all into ore sorters. It's a lot of belts to fit into one machine, but these super long-range inserters can handle it just fine. And there it is. Now we just turn it into a blueprint and paste it where the robots can get to it. You know what? I think this calls for a musical interlude. Okay, we've got titanium ore, and this is really painful, but I can't actually make the tier 3 smelting for titanium. That requires yellow science, which I'm still very far from getting, so we'll need to settle with only using processed titanium. Though looking at the tier 3 recipe, it looks like a massive headache, so maybe this is for the best. The first step requires some carbon. Unfortunately, since this build is much wider than the others, I can't just reuse my carbon off rails blueprint, but I guess it does mean I can fit more. Then we'll just need to get some of that chlorine gas we made ages ago and pump it into a bunch of chemical furnaces to get out our finished titanium tetrachloride. That feeds into another set of chemical furnaces to become titanium sponges. Again, I'm planning these ratios of manufacturers out using Hellmod beforehand. That goes into blast furnaces fueled by the carbon, and that becomes our ingots. This train collects our ingots to be sent off to stuff like nitinol, but these other stops are a bit more esoteric. They're for something called manganese, which seems to be more of a nuisance than anything, but is something I'll eventually need to deal with, and it can be used similar to the molten steel recipe to cut the amount of titanium ingots required to make molten titanium. So I'm setting the induction furnaces up to accept 2 inputs ahead of time. And thanks to this build's incredible thickness, I'm going to need to redesign the casting machine setup as well. But it's pretty much the same, and I'm sure you all get the idea by now. Titanium. Sadly, we can't actually research the recipe that allows us to make titanium sheets using coolant, but we can design coolant ahead of time. Again, fitting it into the wider space. I think this design looks much better than the previous one, though. I'm just going to appreciate this thing a bit more. Seriously, this is one of the most aesthetic things I've ever built. If only I didn't get the order of the red, white, and blue ores wrong. But, this one goes out to all my Serbian fans, I guess. You want to know the best thing about building this whole thing? It means I don't need to build it again. Yeah, so we're after gold this time. And don't forget how massive these things are. These leaching plants and ore sorters are especially expensive and take forever for the old base to make. Once again, we're limited to the Tier 2 recipe, which is just as well because you remember how much I hated silver? Well, gold's Tier 3 recipe is pretty much the same, but even worse. The Tier 2 recipe, however, is very convenient. It starts with this chloroauric acid made from gold ingots, nitric acid, and hydrochloric acid in a chemical plant. The nitric acid is used in the ore leaching of rubite, whereas the chloric isn't. But fortunately, the other 2 leaching recipes take sulfuric, so we've got a train stop free to fit in the hydrochloric anyway. That moves on to some chemical furnaces to make gold cathodes. I'm sorry, did I say some? I meant a staggering amount of chemical furnaces. We're going to need to make 48 of these things to meet the throughput demands. And despite all the little tweaks I've been doing to the old base to squeeze out as much production as possible that didn't quite make the cut to video, it's still crying bloody tears after all this. Well, it's better than dealing with sodium cyanide again. Anyway, the chloroauric acid combines with the processed gold and moves on to the next step. We'll be turning these into ingots and borrowing the fuel from the titanium build, but remember, we'll need to route some of the finished product back into the start to feed the chemical plants. But you're smart, I'm sure you can guess how we're gonna manage that already. Now, gold ingots aren't actually used in anything, so no need to put them on trains, but what we will need is another train carrying molten copper. Because, like tin and silver before it, we can make the very powerful gold wire coils. You've seen this a million times before, yada yada, another coolant build we can't use, and we're ready to turn this baby on. You know what? Let's watch this thing spin up from the start. I think this might as well be considered pornography. At least it is to me. I'm sure some German out there will be lamenting their sudden and unexpected dry cleaning bill after this. There's 1 ore left, but I've got to give my base enough time to build all the manufactories I'll need. In the meantime, I'm about to embark on a dramatic shift from the grind for ores, starting with all these washing plants. I'm sure you know what these do by now, and that means we're making mud, as well as sand. We're back to farming, but this time we're making a new crop, something called prime dandelion. Just like the bean of Fran, it's a desert crop and takes sand and salt water, but we're not after the finished crop per se, so much as we're after the compost. It's just one of the easiest things we can make to continuously throw into a composter. I totally messed up and forgot to leave space for the output of these farms, seeing as I'm running the mud through, so it's time for some cursed belt weaving. That gets turned into seeds, then composted, and we'll combine the compost with the mud to create soil. This whole thing ended up being massively complicated and was basically a gigantic waste of my time because all I wanted to do was put some soil on a train just in case I ever needed it, or some compost in small amounts somewhere else, but it always ended up being easier to make it on site. Anyway, we liquefy and clarify any excess mud that makes it to the end because we want the farms and composters to continually run, and if I didn't, this whole thing would get clogged up with mud when soil production was fully saturated. Honestly, I should have just done without the soil production, but we've already built it, so whatever. The real reason for this block was to make fertilizer. Unlike soil and compost, fertilizer is very convenient to ship elsewhere. It requires some urea gas, which is made from ammonia and oxygen. We don't need too much of it, and we combine that with some of the compost to make the finished fertilizer. Even with all these farms making compost, we can't make that much, but it's used in very small amounts, so it balances out. Also, for some reason it stacks to 500, so loading a train with this stuff is gonna take forever. Since we have the prime dandelion, we might as well process it. That's not the main point of this build, but if they're not getting turned into compost, then they might as well go through here to be turned into corn. Corn is special because we can put it into a liquefier along with some water to ferment it. That fermented liquid can then go into another liquefier to either become acetic acid or ethanol gas. It also spits out some compost, which will just route back into the fertilizer with priority. I don't have anything in mind right now, but it's always good to have these things available. Well, I forgot to press record again, but the good news is you've already seen this before. We're going to finish off all the ore processing we'll need to get all but the yellow and space science. Cobalt is like zinc and nickel, such that it's only used in alloys, so it's pretty quick. The second tier requires limestone, so here's some more washing plants. This time I'm actually getting rid of the mud instead of turning it into landfill and leaving it in a box. But don't ask me how long it took me to realize that the reason it was clogging with mud was because I put an overflow valve in front of the seafloor pump instead of a top-up valve. All that limestone can go straight into a bunch of chemical furnaces to combine with the processed cobalt to become cobalt oxide. This stuff's actually used to make lithium-ion batteries as well. Another thing for next video, but good to know I've already got them covered. Then we'll need some more carbon, but would you look at that, we've already got a blueprint for it. Throw them in some furnaces, and we've got our cobalt ingots. Seriously, there's just something mesmerizing about watching all these colors drift along. With these cobalt ingots, we can actually finish up all our alloys, like the steel sheets and the cobalt steel plates. Alright, I haven't been mentioning it until now, but I've never had a reliable source of agricultural science, because it can only come from the gardens I scavenge from some of the islands. This crappy build from the first starter base is still supplying me with all my plant science, and that's a problem because we're about to start our own agricultural revolution. The plant samples we need can only come from processing the gardens we find, except we can actually make our own gardens. It's just a massive pain. That fertilizer was incredibly important for starting this because we need to make alienated fertilizer by combining it with alien goo, which comes from the alien bacteria we made for that module build a million years ago. These are farms specialized for growing desert environment crops. They're twice as fast and would be great for growing beans, but the problem is they also take the precious few plant samples we can scavenge, so I haven't been able to automate them. If we put a garden in one of these farms along with some alien fertilizer, mineral water, and 30 plant samples, we'll be able to create a new garden. Here's the catch. We need to use that garden to make more plant samples. If we process that, we'll get 32 plant samples for a net gain of 2 after we feed them back into the farm. The only problem is it takes 500 seconds to process one garden. That... means that if we want to actually create an extra garden, we'll need to process the same garden 15 times, or for 2 hours. However, this process isn't single-threaded, and once we have more gardens, we can process them simultaneously, creating more gardens even faster, and you'll realize that it becomes quite exponential. It just takes forever for it to get going. Here's some more fish to make the alien bacteria. This design sucks, but it's a good thing I can figure that out while it's still small scale. Yeah, so it's going to be a long time before this thing is spitting out excess plant samples, because while I could use the extra garden all at once, it's much better to let it build up exponentially first before trying to extract anything. I hate this thing. I hated it so much I opened up editor mode just so I didn't need to walk all the way over there just to rip them out of the machine and distribute it intelligently. And I feel no shame about telling you that. I really should have designed it better, but I totally underestimated just how long this thing takes. I added beacons later and it was still glacial. Anyway, let's think about something else while that runs in the background. I've got all the metals I'll need, but there's a couple other things we've got left to sort out. Remember last video when I complained about making plastic and resin, and this video when I showed you that petrochemical disaster that is rubber? Well, there's other ways to make them, specifically from plants. We've got more washing plants, and that means we're after mud again. A lot of mud, because we're growing another temperate crop. Unfortunately, that means dealing with soil again, but I'm making it a bit wider than I did with the previous build. I'm also leaving enough space for beacons this time, because I'm getting more and more familiar with how these things work, and I know for a fact I'm gonna need a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing Tianaton again. So much, in fact, that I decided to double the number of washing plants because I realized I should build it assuming for the advanced farms with twice the crafting speed, since we'll have those automated just as soon as the thing we just built runs for another 50 hours. To kick the process off, I throw in some seeds and soil I scavenged from the charcoal build, and there it goes. If you'll recall, processing Tianaton produces cellulose, and not only can it make charcoal, but it can also be thrown into liquefiers to create methanol. The crafting time is quite long, so we'll need a lot of these. The methanol gas isn't what we're after, however, and we're going to need to process it further in these steam crackers. We'll need steam for the steam crackers, so here's some more electric boilers. Using these, we can crack the methanol down to propane gas and residual gas. There seem to be some minor recipes that take these three fluids, and the residual gas in particular is useful, so we'll just put them on trains. But what we're really after is turning that propane gas into liquid plastic. There's much more advanced ways to make plastics, but this one's the most straightforward. And best of all, no catalysts or multi-step fluid nightmares. It's funny to see this massive build supporting only a handful of plastic assemblers, but there it is. Can you feel it? We're almost to the final hurdle. Not quite, though. It's been 4 hours, let's check in on the gardens. Yep, still gardening. We've got plastic, and now we'll need resin. I'm building it in this block here. I'm also going to need some sand again, so that means more washing plants. We're going to need to ship in fertilizer and carbon dioxide, but I'm surprised I managed to make this thing so compact. You may have noticed the arboretums, and that's because we're going to be growing trees. We need some tree seed generators, and we'll also need soil. Thankfully, there's a recipe to make soil using sand instead of mud, because we would have needed 1,000,000 washing plants to supply this with all the mud we'll need. The only catch is we'll need 2 composts instead of 1, but considering the amount of wood we're going to get out of this, we'll have plenty to compost. To actually make the trees, we'll need soil, fertilizer, water, and some tree seeds.
Oh, click
Not
the thing!
just any tree seeds, temperate tree seeds, because we're growing special trees. Specifically, trees that will spit out a bunch of raw bioresin. But first, we need to actually make the seeds. They take the same ingredients as the trees themselves, except with some CO2 instead of seeds. But let me tell you, these tree seed generators are the biggest problem, because once again, they can only be made from a large number of plant samples, which are still a long ways away from producing any excess. It's always satisfying when you finish a repeatable design and get to copy it a bunch of times. So once we have the bioresin, we need to turn it to liquid resin in a liquefier, but we'll also need some of that ethanol we got from the corn a while back. But it doesn't just spit out bioresin, it also makes trees, which we can turn into wood. We've done this before, but it's a lot more convenient now that we have requester chests to bring in the saw blades, since they're only consumed 5% of the time and can be continuously reused by throwing them back into the chest. Most of the wood will be routed back to the start to feed the composters, but the rest can also be turned into resin at a processing plant. If we wanted simplicity, we could have just grown trees without the bioresin and made it purely from wood, but this way makes a lot more resin. We just need a good source of ethanol.
Get away, ranged guy! Get away from the ladder!
Liquid resin since it's easy to turn into resin on site, but it's quite the waste of ethanol, and I changed it later. This whole thing is probably due for a redesign once I'll need to expand it, but it's good for now. Time to turn this thing on. Hopefully when you see stuff actually moving on,
Do not perceive me. Do not perceive me. Do not perceive me.
To actually make the tree seed generators, I need to grow temperate trees. They take 16 plant samples and have a 50% chance to just grow nothing at all. Then that'll get me 1 tree seed generator. At least I started the garden processing 7 hours ago, so we can actually spare some.
Oh god, that took forever, man.
It had its own challenges, and I'll definitely need to add some real ethanol production, but I still prefer it to the petrochemical recipe. Plus, at this point, after the beans, I feel like I'm committed to farming as many things as possible. Alright, that's one massive tree farm. Let's make another. This one's gonna be a bit more complex though. At
You
least at
owe
the
me
start.
a
We're
ring!
making a ton of sand again, and that's because we're going to be farming more Beanafran. Good old reliable Beanafran. I'm definitely getting the hang of designing these farms because now they're compact and can fit.
I'm muted. You will get no
We don't need
rings.
too many farms.
You
We
don't
might be
know
wondering
how
what
much I
Beanafran
just
has to
suffered.
do with tree farming.
Demon set this up.
Well,
I
we
only
can
have
use it to
5
make the
food
compost
left
for
because it
the
took
soil
forever
we'll
to
need,
get them
but we
in
could
the
have just done that with the wood, even if it would cut into our yields. What we actually need it for is the same thing that's powering our whole base, the nutrient pulp. We just process it and throw the beans into a nutrient extractor. After that, we'll actually make the soil, once again using the sand recipe since we've got tons of compost available. With our soil and pulp ready, we can actually start growing the trees. These aren't special trees or anything, they're just normal trees, but they still take a bunch of these accursed tree seed generators. Actually fitting everything cleanly into these builds is pretty rough, but I make it work. Specifically, I've
Dragonstone?
got
What
an
the
inserter that just
frick?
picks up fertilizer from one belt and puts it onto another, since we barely need it.
What?
Unlike
What? I didn't even. It doesn't even drop that. Does not even drop Dragonstones. What is this heresy? One out of 1,024.
the last one,
This
where I
guy
made
got a red
massive
drop.
mess of splitters.
I
The
hate this
adjustable
game.
inserters are extremely useful for these kind of cramped builds, especially because I can control which side of the belt it drops it on. Now we just need to fit in the water and the nutrient pulp the arboretums will need. Then all we're waiting on are those seed generators. The garden processing is approaching something useful after 10 hours, but it's still horrible. Again, we'll be turning those trees into wood with requester chests full of saw blades, but this time we're turning them into wooden boards. I may have overbuilt this just a bit, but it doesn't hurt, because these wooden boards are the basis of all circuit production. We'll just put those on trains, and that's another piece of the puzzle solved. So this one isn't strictly something I'll need for this video, but it'll be nice to stop worrying about it. We can actually use the exact same design as we made for the wooden boards build, and just tweak it a bit near the end. We won't be turning this Beanafran into compost, but we'll still be turning it into a bunch of nutrient pulp. Normally we'd process this stuff into fuel oil, but we can also do some biomass refining in these gas refineries. If we do that, it'll spit out ethanol, butane, and acetone. The acetone is what we're after, but the ethanol is a nice bonus. As far as I can tell, the butane is totally worthless since we're making all of our plastic from plants, and that's where it would have ordinarily been used, so I'm just venting it. This thing ended up being a really nice fit into this space, and it went up pretty fast too, seeing as I could just reuse most of the design. Now to use it, and shoutouts to this beautiful junction. Just like we made resin from trees, we can also make rubber. Once again, I can piece together a lot of this build from previous builds. I'll need to make an extra nitrogen source though, since instead of CO2, making desert tree seeds requires nitrogen. The arboretum design from the wooden boards will work, but I can make it even more compact since these don't take nutrient pulp and there's no need for that extra pipe. Copy-paste that until I'm satisfied, and that'll cover the desert trees. I'd like to think that all these arboretums will counteract all the toxins I've been spewing into the atmosphere. We'll bring in the fertilizer by train as well as the acetone we just made. Just like the resin, that goes into some liquefiers along with the fluid to become liquid rubber. The liquid rubber goes into assemblers to become rubber, and that's used in like one recipe to make a foot for the Spidertron, so we're going to want to immediately turn that into insulated wire, which is used for many things, and most notably modules. That takes some tinned wire, but we can bring in our wire coil train, drop the coils on the belt, and have it instantly turned into tinned cable. Sure beats needing to bring in both tin and copper, and needing 2 assemblers. There's one complication. These things also produce trees that we'll need to deal with. These desert trees don't take soil at all, so there's nothing to gain from composting them, and we're making rubber here, not resin. We'll still turn them to wood with these assemblers, and while that's not the main purpose of this build, it's always nice to have more resin, so we'll route the majority of it into some bioprocessors and put that onto another train. However, that means that this thing could back up if the resin belt is full, and we want this thing to make rubber even if we don't need resin. Thanks to a funny little quirk I noticed, we can get rid of all the excess wood with composters. 1 wood turns to 1 compost, which you'd think would also clog up eventually, but we can compost compost. 5 compost turns to 1 compost, and if we just keep swapping compost between 2 composters, we can effectively delete it from the game. It doesn't make much sense, but it sure is convenient. Now there's only one thing we're missing. but we need some iron ore first. It's a bit weird, but I retrofitted a train station into the first 4 ore builds because when I was first building them, I forgot that I'll need a place to dump the ore byproducts from the other processes. For now though, I'll need to use them to pick up some ore instead, and that's because one of the things we're missing is ferric chloride and cupric chloride, but that's mostly useless in comparison. I'll still make it though. This empty spot below the waste washing is perfect. All we'll need to do is bring in the ores and throw them into some liquefiers. The actual demand of this process is pretty small, and where it's needed, it's only used in trace amounts, so this small build is enough. Those ores plus some hydrogen chloride will make our desired ferric chloride solution. Again, I'll eventually run this off of the ore byproducts of the other build, but this is just to get things started. Now it's finally time. You've probably guessed what the end goal of all this was, and yes, it's science, but it's also circuits. Circuits are by far the most intensive resource in this mod. Probably about 95% of everything I've made up to this point will end up in circuits, starting with basic circuits. They're basic because they only take 2 ingredients, copper cable and wooden boards. For almost everything related to making circuits, we'll be using these smaller and faster electronics assemblers. They're better in every way, but it does mean we'll have less area to fit inserters. You can see the superiority of the copper wire coils here especially, because I can feed all of these factories with only 4 wire assemblers. If I was making it with the usual recipe, it would have taken 4 times as many and more than 1 input belt of copper. This whole thing went up pretty fast, but they're not called basic circuits for nothing, and expect that to change very soon, because now we're moving on to electronic circuits. We'll need a substantial amount of carbon, and that means we'll be taking charcoal off the rails for the billionth time. After seeing the charcoal demand, I'll definitely need to up the production later. Basic circuits are used in making electronic circuits, and so while we're putting them on trains, we're just going to run them straight into the next build instead of trying to separate them via blocks. So this is where the circuits start getting complicated. We need to make electronic components, electronic boards, and finally the electronic circuit itself. The difficulty becomes how to cleanly and effectively combine everything into one. The biggest challenge is the electronic components, and that's because they're used in massive quantities. I'm shooting for a little under 140 green circuits a second, and that's without beacons. The electronic component assemblers turn 1 carbon and 2 tinned cables into 10 components, meaning it outputs 3 times as much as it takes in. So in a world where belts can only move so many items a second, that can become quite a problem, because that number would require 700 components a second. Even with the mod's most advanced belts, it would still take 10 lanes fully saturated with components to supply it. Because of that, it's best to insert them directly from assembler to assembler. Each one of these board assemblers needs about 2 component assemblers, and 2 of those for 1 circuit assembler, so this thing's almost perfectly ratioed. Since every intermediate product is being inserted directly, we just need to worry about routing the raw materials, which would be the carbon, basic circuits, solder coils, and tin coils. Again showing their power, as we only need 1 assembler before every lane to meet throughput demands. This thing kinda looks like a quilt from the map view. We'll also need to bring in iron plates, but we'll do that from the other side. They need to be turned into plates from the sheets first, but they plug right in. There's our green circuits, and aren't they beautiful? But we're not done here, not by a long shot. That was like the tutorial level. Here's where it gets serious. Advanced circuits. Here's me retrofitting a resin train into that old build. Anyway, unlike the previous 2 where we could just make the whole thing all at once, there's no way we could do that here. We'll still need some green circuits as ingredients, but first we need to make a bunch of advanced circuit substrates. This is what we needed that ferric chloride for. The design itself is pretty simple, but it's the logistics that's the tough part. I make it look easy, but I don't want to downplay the several minutes it took me standing around thinking about it before settling on a design, then several more minutes actually tweaking that design. And yes, by minutes I mean hours. One of the main ingredients is the phenolic board, which is a combination of wooden boards and resin. Thankfully, unlike the substrates themselves, the phenolic boards are fast to craft, so we only need a handful of assemblers.
Did I forget to
After
equip
copy-pasting
something?
it
Why
a
am I
couple
getting
times,
old?
now we need to actually think about getting everything onto the belts. The unloading of these trains is pretty cramped, but I make 2 belts for boards and 1 for resin, since the recipe needs twice as many boards, and then run those vertically through the phenolic board assemblers. Next is getting the tin plates and copper plates in there. Fortunately, I can use my compact sheet-to-plate design from the previous circuits, except I'll make 1 side for copper and 1 for tin. Then I'll need to find a way to combine them while trying to keep the throughput capabilities of the belts relatively balanced, and then shove them in. They'll share a belt, and I always love this way of using splitters to perfectly turn 2 belts into 2 mixed belts. Again, I'm sure this makes a lot more sense once you actually see it in motion, but there it is. The boards. Yeah, there's more. So now that we have the substrates, we can start attaching things to the substrates. Just like the last ones, we'll need some basic electronics, but we'll also need transistors, which have their own resource demands. I'm gonna keep with the theme of directly inserting everything, even though I could probably get away without it here, seeing as the red circuit's demand isn't as high. It's still almost the ideal ratio, but you can start to see what I mean with the number of inserters becoming a problem, since for one transistor assembler, we'll need 3 to put in the material and 2 to distribute that to the board assemblers. Multiply that across all the assemblers, and you end up with this. Again, the difficulty is in actually getting the materials to the assemblers. We'll need everything we used previously to make the electronic components, but we'll also need everything to make the transistors too. For this part alone, we're going to need to bring in 6 separate trains containing monosilicon, plastic, charcoal, solder, tinned wire, and silver wire. Circuits are basically the final boss of this mod, and this is just the advanced circuits. The different coils will come vertically and feed the one assembler at the beginning, which will be enough to support that entire lane. The only catch is that we need to turn monosilicon into silicon wafers, and these actually require full-sized assemblers. After working with the small ones so much, they feel gigantic. You can see how the different, I don't know, let's call them decoilers. You can see how all the decoilers are pulling from different lanes and are ready to feed into their respective lanes. If I'm making building something this complex look easy, it isn't, and you can see how long it took me just to build this part. But I can finally start calling in the trains and watching it fill up. Once I'm convinced everything is going where it should, I can start extending the lane to the desired length. It might look like this design doesn't have room for beacons, but this mod has really long-ranged beacons, and I'm confident I could fit them in through the middle. I just need to move around some inserters. That leaves the final step, actually making the circuits. Mercifully, this part is much easier than the last one. All we'll need in addition to the green circuits and advanced circuits are aluminum sheets and copper cables. It takes a lot of aluminum, so we're taking that into account by building 4 separate belts to carry it all. Because each sheet turns into 4 plates, it's a good ratio. Then I just need to sort out putting the boards and greens onto belts, but I'm not going to dwell too much on explaining that when I could just show it to you in action instead. If my gold smelting design is pornographic, then this is just downright obscene. I feel like I could just watch this thing forever. But I can't, because I've got a video to finish. I'm actually going to split processing units into a different block, and I'm giving it a separate rail from the other circuits to ease congestion a bit, seeing as we're putting like 20 stops on each lane. Just because I intentionally chose a design with limited throughput doesn't mean I'm not going to try to mitigate it. Just like the reds, we'll need to make the blue substrate first. It's very similar to the red substrate. In fact, we can just copy the red substrate build. Probably the only recipe design where that's possible. Instead of phenolic boards, however, we'll be making fiberglass boards, using liquid resin and those glass fibers from ages ago. They also need to be made in big assemblers, but apart from that, we'll just need to bring in copper sheets and silver sheets to turn them into plates using our pre-existing design. We don't need as many of these as reds, and I'm running the advanced circuits through to keep with the theme. I separated them into blocks, but if I wanted to make a new circuit block, I could just paste this in front of the advanced circuits and still have it work. Alright, this is where boys become men and engineers become, I don't know, senior engineers. We've got to make the processing boards. You may have noticed a pattern from the last 2 circuits, or you actually remember when I built these in my terrible starter base 2 months ago. Whatever the case, now we're going to need electronic components, transistors, and integrated electronics, which includes all the stuff we needed before and even more. The only saving grace is that as the circuits get more advanced, we need to make less of them, and we're still going to try to solve everything with direct insertion. The ratios are roughly 1 to 2 for all the components and the boards. This poses a unique challenge because the microchips require sulfuric acid. They can share the plastic and the wafers they'll need with the transistors, though. This is so complicated I had to make some temporary constant combinators just to output an image so I wouldn't lose track of which belt was going to carry what while designing it. So I've given up all hope of trying to explain it to you. Once I've gotten the repeatable design, I can start thinking about how to fill the belts. It'll basically be the same as the last one, where the decoilers pull from a vertical smorgasbord of coils. We've got our solder, tin, and silver, and this time we're adding gold wire to the mix. This is by far the most complicated part, and I'd just like to say that being able to bring in 7 different resources and unload them in such a cramped space is great. It may not be the best for throughput, but it's great for convenience. I can only fit 3 belts on one side, so for the vertical belts, 3 will be coming from the top and 3 from below. Once I've finally got that squared away, I can start extending it. And to add a little flair in this space we've got, I decided to add my favorite quote from the classic movie Spy Kids 2. Now it's time to call in the trains. Time to make the actual processing units. It's pretty simple, even simpler than the advanced circuits, and that's because we only need one plate, and that's titanium. The fourth ingredient is some more sulfuric acid, which we can just borrow from the previous build. We just need to put the blue boards and advanced circuits on the same belt, and it's good to go. Here's another thing I've been mostly editing out, shooting a billion worms every time I want to expand somewhere. Anyway, here's the finished build. This thing is beautiful, just beautiful. This is why I decided to go for these compact builds, for your viewing pleasure. Frankly, if you got this far into a video about some dude playing Factorio for 100 hours and this doesn't inspire a stirring in your loins, you're probably the weird one. Okay, I happened to notice my power grid, and it's in pain. Turns out those electronics assemblers we've been making hundreds of have an insane power demand. No matter, we'll just paste another bean plant. It took me a while to realize it, and it'll take me even longer to get this thing up and running, but that's exactly why I added these massive tanks of fuel. You can see they've drained quite a bit, and thanks to that, I didn't end up in a power death spiral. As I said, this design could be improved with heat exchangers, but I'll leave designing the Generation 3 bean power for next video. Mark my words, I'm going to try and get bean power all the way to the end game. I make no promises, and if my game starts lagging, I'll be forced to switch to thorium or something, but I'm all in on beans. Anyway, we've got all the circuits, and now we've got most everything we'll need to make all the science. At least up to purple and pink. Yes, this entire video was about rebuilding that crappy old base, but scalable to the point of making millions of science. Seriously, I don't think you fully conceptualize how much a million science is, especially when the science is 10 times harder to make. 100 SPM is a decently sized base, and that would still take us 170 hours just to finish the final research. I know we've been playing longer than that, but I don't want to AFK for 7 days just to win. Regardless, we're down here making science. After being surrounded by such a massive base for so long, being in this open area is giving me a strange sense of agoraphobia. Don't worry, it's only empty for now. Eventually the science will be flanked on all sides by industry just like the rest of the base. Next video. That's red science. It's so basic it hardly warrants mention. It's just iron and copper. Green science, however, is a little bit more complicated. I know I usually use that as an understatement, but it actually is just a little bit more complicated. Unlike pretty much everything else in this run, here we're more concerned with taking things off trains than putting them on. I know I'll need 6 different resources to make green science, so I make 6 rather cramped stations. I could have borrowed the iron and copper from the red science, but I feel like that violates the modular nature of this base, even if it's unlikely I'll ever need to build another science block. These cramped decoilers don't have the best throughput, but compared to the other sciences, green takes next to nothing of each. The actual components to make green science are a bit odd, with this multi-step process between electronics assemblers to make these weird micro wafers and stuff. Each step just takes one additional ingredient, and it's a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. This thing also spits out 1 million microcircuits a second, so direct insertion is the way to go. Those make Atmos instrumentation, and we move on to the other half. I'm sorry, but we need to break our symmetry here. I know, but for a base this size, the science builds are still pretty small in comparison. We'll just need some iron and some tinned cable to make the Atmos reaction nodes. It might not look like much, but this is just enough to make around 400 SPM. And that's without modules. We just combine those, and we've got our single-use Atmos sets. Yes, there's a reason I've been calling it green science, and will continue to do so. By the way, the red science is called sacrificial electromagnet. So we're flying high, we're on cloud 9, we've just knocked out 2 of the 5 sciences we're gonna build in a little over an hour, but now we've got to contend with blue science. The difference in complexity is immense, but instead of standing around and getting overwhelmed, we can ease into it. As soon as we build the stations for all the resources, it'll be much less intimidating, and so I'm building for the multitude of metals we'll need and decoiling them into plates. Unlike the green science, we're actually going to need some decent throughput to supply this thing, so we're using a similar unloading design like we used for the circuits, and then turning those into 2 belts worth of plates. Copper is used so much here, I've got 2 trains dedicated to it. So the first thing I decided to make is chemical laser flash fuel. It takes fuel oil and naphtha. Yeah, remember when we made that a million years ago? Well, it's time to actually use it. Also, it takes some steel plates, but after realizing that I need to route 4 different materials past it, I decided to rip everything up and move it before the decoilers. It's harder for you to visualize what's going on when there's nothing on the belts, but being able to suddenly rearrange things is exactly why I don't fill these up until the design is finished. It's also the only thing that takes steel, so I don't need to worry about routing that anymore. We'll also need to bring in green circuits and red circuits, so we set up some stops for those. Now this is the complicated part. We've got to make 4 different components, but thankfully they all have the same crafting speeds and are used in the same amounts, so we can use the same number of assemblers for all of them. But would you look at that, I've got the same image I used last time I tried to explain them. But of course I didn't go as in-depth then. Yeah, so not only do these all take several items each, as well as some nitrogen, it's got a waste byproduct too. Lovely. Well, as long as we set up the assemblers to have the number of belts and inserters they'll need, we'll be one step closer. But again, most of the difficulty is in actually routing the items where they're needed. They all need pretty much everything, except the atomic sensor array doesn't take glass, so we can just run that straight down the middle. Now we've got everything set up with the inserters ready to insert, but we'll still need some nitrogen. I put it down here, but we've got to leave space for the train to take away our waste. Luckily, we don't need much nitrogen, and just this and a few chemical plants up here will cover it. To get rid of the coppery waste, we just need to break it down inside of an assembler and turn it to copper ore. Yes, these are the ore byproducts I've been talking about so much. There's way more we'll need to contend with in the future, but it's good to know I'm set up to deal with them. Since I really want to know when it happens, I'm adding an alarm for when the waste gets clogged. I'm going ahead and setting up the landing zone for the finished products. It's really easy, just inserting 2 items and outputting the finished science. Despite having 5 different items, the fuel, laser foci, and laser emitter combine to create the femtode laser array. In theory, the belt should be set up, so I start calling in the trains. We don't have enough trains at the moment, but you can see how the foci and laser emitters feed into the arrays. Ignore how I was taking coppery waste off, it was dumb and I fixed it. Thank the Factorio gods for filter splitters. That's the uni-lived atomic manipulators done. Or, you know, blue science. There's still 2 more. Well, we've made it this far, can't back down now. Happy 200 hours mark, by the way. I haven't been using the time warp at all recently, so the last 120 hours have been all legit. You might be wondering why I've pasted some random Tianaton farming here. As it turns out, last time when I downloaded the wire shortcuts mod because handcrafting wires to make my mall was annoying me, I inadvertently removed red and green wires from the game. And those just so happen to be the ingredients in the next science. That's right, I accidentally cheated, and someone was kind enough to inform me last video. Mod because handcrafting wires to make my mall was annoying me, I inadvertently removed red and green wires from the game. And those just so happen to be the ingredients in the next science. That's right, I accidentally cheated, and someone was kind enough to inform me last video, which I conveniently ignored until now and just let my old base continue to make purple science, but I'd never be able to live with myself if I didn't build it right. Thankfully, the mod lets you add them back to the game in the form of surrogates. As you see, we're turning limestone into lime, and that's because to make wires, we need to make paper. I just wanted to point out this train stop. I'm actually surprised it works, because the signals are misaligned, and yet it still manages to separate the rails and allow them to stop right in front of each other. I never learned these things if I played rationally all the time. Yeah, so anyway, paper making is weird. We'll need some cellulose, hence the Tianaton farming, but we'll also need something called white liquor to turn it into pulp and then paper. We'll need some sodium sulfate, something we were happy to dispose of until now, which is made from acid and sodium hydroxide from the saltwater electrolysis. But that doesn't take any lime. So what happens is, when we use the white liquor to make pulp, it turns into black liquor, and that needs to be cleaned into green liquor and finally turned back into white liquor with some lime and water. It loses some in the process, but like the coolant, we'll only want the main supply to make more if it's below a certain limit, so there's always room for the recycled stuff. It also spits out limestone, which we can turn back into lime. From there, it's incredibly easy. We just turn the cellulose into paper. There's more complex recipes, but why would you ever use them when you could just use a recipe that takes 1 ingredient instead of 4 and is almost as good anyway? All that paper goes down, and we bring in some more tin wire to finally combine them with our paper to make the surrogate wires. They're not quite green and red, but I kind of like them. We'll just load them up on our kissing stations and move on. There's one more thing I'm missing. It's pretty minor. It's methane gas, and it takes those hitherto neglected natural gas liquids we get from oil refining. We'd have more uses for it if it weren't for all the bio stuff, but here it's pretty much only useful for methane, and I like it that way. We'll need some synthesis gas, which is easy considering the massive amounts of residual gas our plastic build pumps out. But can I just stop talking about this and show you what it looks like? I mean, it makes methane gas and vents the rest. That's all it does. Purple science. Yeah, it's really intimidating, but just like last time, I calmly start setting up all the train stops I'll need. And this time I can even borrow the decoiling design. The fluids are in the back because they're the easiest to route with the massive 25-length underground pipes. The protective chip enclosures I make first, not just because they're small and could fit in this space, but because they use 2 ingredients that aren't used in anything else, so I don't need to worry about routing around as many belts. It also gives off some coppery waste, but we'll just throw that onto another train just like last time. Okay, next step. Water-cooled overclocked neural computer case. Yeah, so it takes a bunch of the plates we made as well as those chip enclosures. Its one quirk is that it takes in sulfur dioxide and spits out sulfur as a byproduct. More sulfur's worth in dioxide than it takes in, actually, and to turn that back into sulfur dioxide, we'll need to bring in some oxygen. We don't care about the excess, so it gets vented into the atmosphere to keep the belts from getting clogged with sulfur. I'm starting to feel my brain leaking out of my ears. I'm getting some kind of Gestalt-Zerfall phenomenon. They don't look like items anymore, I'm just moving colors around. Well, I'm sure it's fine. We've got to make biosilicate extract, which is pretty easy all things considered because we just need to throw steel, silicon, plastic, and green circuits into a chemical plant along with some methane, then toss that into a furnace to get activated biopaste. Last thing, these QL bioprocessors. They take our biopaste, a processing unit, and some of our surrogate red wires. I hope it doesn't feel like I'm rushing things here, it's more that I've just run out of interesting things to say. But for this one, it has another waste byproduct we've got to contend with. I'll put it on the lower belt with filter inserters, but this one's not like the coppery waste because it makes iron ore and copper ore when you break it down, so we'll need 2 waste trains. Just like all the others, we throw those 2 things into a bunch of assemblers and collect our science, the Burns Out QL bioprocessor. Well, that was a lot of work for one science. It's almost as tall as the previous 3 combined. Hopefully we've got room for the last one, pink science. Once again setting up all the trains, but what an incredible confluence of locomotives. Prepare yourself. This thing takes sulfuric acid, lubricant, processing units, aluminum, brass, advanced circuits, silicon, gold wire, cobalt steel, plastic, titanium, and solder. It looks simple, and maybe it would be if I wasn't trying to cram it in such a tight space, but it's a nightmare of belts. The main problem is I need to make titanium gears and cobalt steel ball bearings for one half, and cobalt steel gears and titanium ball bearings for the other half of the flying machine. I don't want to talk about this thing, I don't even want to look at it. Ew, get it away from me. At least it doesn't make waste byproducts. It took so much trial and error to get the belts right, and then I still needed to make the combined memory cells. So many of the items I needed are just for the integrated electronics I needed. Maybe I should have shoved them onto their own train somewhere. Somehow I managed to fit it all in here. And I'd just like to point out that I forgot that I need to turn the titanium sheets into plates before I could use them, and I had to make a stop in this lacuna of industry to turn them into plates and then put them on a special train. But it works. Finally, we get to throw them all into the science assemblers, and we've got our commercial AI implementation. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're finally here. Over 120 hours to intelligently remake all the sciences we threw together in 80. But looking at all this, it was worth it. Even if they're a lot more effort, I love making these kind of disciplined spaghetti bases, and I hope you enjoy looking at them. I'm just not going to think about the last 2 sciences I'll need to make as I start to make our relationship final with my new base as I move in our labs. I did set up the sciences to be put on trains, but I'm going to save building the science stop for when I've actually got all the science. For now, I'm just going to stuff all of our labs in this little interstice between the sciences and use provider chests to bring in all the flavors of science with requester chests. Again, I'm not rebuilding military or plant sciences in the real base, but I'm still going to put them on belts. I should mention that this base isn't capable of maintaining the roughly 400 SPM modulus that I built for, but that's why I designed the base the way I did. Plastic and resin especially
Hey guys,
are
it's
gonna
me,
need to boost most of the major
Daganothrix.
metals.
We're here with another
With a
episode of
massive
me
increase
not
in
giving
sludge
any rings to
production,
this nerd.
great
That's
for the next
100%
video.
true.
Oh man, I did not think it was going to take this long to rebuild the sciences. But just look at what we've accomplished here. I said it before, but it almost feels unreal to look at all this stuff and remember that at some point in time I actually built all this stuff piece by piece. I know we didn't make much quote-unquote progress this video, but hopefully this view makes up for it. We can look at the old base, and man, what a difference. I know I've still got a lot of game ahead of
Later
me,
tonight,
but
we're going to
honestly,
give
I
him
think
the
worst
rarest
is
drop
behind
in this
us.
game,
I
which
think
is
with this
nothing
base
he
in my back,
wants.
those
I
last
mean,
two
Dragonstone
sciences and the ultimate goal of
is
the FPS
pretty up
ratio
there in
doesn't
terms of
stand a
rarity.
chance.
No, I'm
As
sure we
always,
can
I'd
find
like to
something
thank
rare
my
that you don't
patrons,
care about.
Really, genuinely, and from the bottom of my heart. Because they're the only reason I can feel secure about making this kind of video, and the only reason they get made in the first place. Let me tell you, there's much more profitable uses of my time than playing a mod for 120 hours and then spending another 80 editing it all together. It really warms the furnace of my industrial heart that people love what I do enough to not only watch an hour and 40-minute long video this far, but also give me money for it. So once again, thank you. I'll see you all next time.
My god, there's gonna be another beans. More beans.
Yes, I mean, you said that early in the video. I'm only 25 minutes in even.
Oh, they were supposed to be playing Donkey Kong Country. These VTubers are not playing Donkey Kong Country.
Raid tonight, 9 p.m. Agreeing to move after laser has been shot. I think you mean agreeing to call out there, Brittany. Mario movie will be streamed at 7 p.m. Eastern. And he's going to stream it on a Twitch channel, it looks like. Oh, and if they come and kill it, he's going to move into the channel.
I see. I don't think we'll find it. Just give it a dumb name and choose a different game.
He's gonna stream it on Super Pretty World.
What if I eat a cookie?
That would be delicious.
I'm gonna go get my cookie. Cookie. Also, good news about touching grass. I was forced to not touch grass because it has been raining all day.
Yeah, I've heard that our weather here is, we're getting a break, like today, tomorrow, and then Tuesday it's gonna rain again for the rest of the week. It's
Maybe
just
not.
rain all the time.
I just want to get a ring or an axe or something to make the Elite Slayer desk worth it. Could have been in the gauntlet. Could have been in the gauntlet. Could have been training ranged.
How about you go get hit by a train?
What if I got a steel kite shield instead? Worth 500 whole GP. I'm rich. Independently wealthy.
There was a time you couldn't buy this card anywhere because of a rumor. Every so often, Konami will change how the base game rules of Yu-Gi-Oh! Work, but when these happen, we tend to refer to these big changes as master rules. People really love these master rule changes because they breathe a new fresh breath of life into the game, but there was a time that a rumored master rule change made this card impossible to buy because everybody was buying it out. The rumor for this master rule change was that players would now start with 10,000 life points so as to adjust for the increased speed of the game, meaning that games would last longer and you wouldn't die as quickly. Ancient Leaf is a card that has exactly one printing in Ancient Prophecy, and it says if you have over 9,000 life points, you can pay 2,000 of those life points to draw 2 cards. Basically, if the new master rule was true, everybody would be running Pot of Greed with a life point cost in their deck. This just goes to show how gullible people are on the internet, because there was a time you couldn't buy this card anywhere because of a rumor. Every so often, Konami will change how the base game rules.
Super Saiyan God doesn't require a ritual. A lot of people seem to think it does, but I don't know why. In Dragon Ball Super, we see and are told that Vegeta trained to obtain God Ki. We even now have Super Saiyan God Vegeta in both the manga and the anime as well. But how? Well, the ritual isn't the only way to become a Super Saiyan God. It's just a shortcut to that power, since Saiyans don't normally get the chance to train with angels and gods. Super Saiyan God doesn't.
Christoph Prince, you know magic, right? Would you like to make 20 euro if you answer a quiz question correctly?
Sounds fine to me.
For this 20 euro in card market credit, I'll ask you to name me a 5 mana artifact that starts with a P. 20 euros on the line. Let's take a moment. Have a seat. Have a seat. yeah. So I'll stop giving him hints.
Yeah, don't give me hints. It's gonna be tough enough for me. All right.
He'll get there, I believe it.
It's gonna take a time.
Do you know all the cards by heart alphabetically and you're just like at B now?
No.
I'll give you 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm not gonna make that.
Well, what a paradoxical question. I say paradox engine.
That was really fast. Congratulations, there's 20 euro in card market credit. Well done. Christoph Prince, you know magic, right? Would you like to make 20 euro if you answer a quiz question correctly?
Sounds fine to me.
For this 20 euro in card...
If 6 plus 7 is 12.
If you don't kill me this turn,
Too much effort vented to atmosphere.
Hey.
A classic Dealer's Delight recipe: scoop a cap of booger sugar out of the baggie and cook over a candle until bubbling brown. Have your toothpick ready, and remember to put the flame out because you're about to get unbelievably high. Drizzle that beautiful black tar heroin on either side of the toothpick, and let it cool down while you mentally prepare yourself to get absolutely fucking obliterated.
This is the Super Mario World overworld level, and all I know about it is the whole level takes place in the overworld? Yoshi's house, and I can't click anything. There, here we go. Okay, it's a really long road. None of my buttons do anything. Ooh, zigzag. Don't see too many zigzags. Oh, look at this. That looks like an F1 track right there. It's like part of Suzuka. Oh shit. I'm mad he didn't take the fastest route on that. Okay. Keep going. Okay. Okay. Ellipses. Almost there. Uh-huh. Come on. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, got bored. They got bored. There we go. Hold X or Y to run, by the way. That didn't work in the last one, Dick. You're adding things. Okay, that's cool. Start. Oh, is this a puzzle? What can I get? I can't get through rocks and trees. Can't get anywhere there. Okay, can't go anywhere there. Can't go anywhere there. Oh. 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 Oh, you can go up top, over top. Well, now where do you want me to go, though? There we go. I needed to go into the pipe. All right, this is going a little far. Do we ever go in a level, or is it literally just all overworld? Oh, okay. I gotta dodge them. I see. That's cool. Don't hold X or Y to not run. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. I'm just running. Oh, skills. Okay, I didn't want to do that. Hey, wait, you can bop them though? Oh shit. Let's go. This is so cool. Oh shit, okay. Oh, I fucked up. Oh yeah, we love Bluey in our house. Okay. Let's go. Oh my god, this is so cute. This is so good. I love how we're in a level now. Oh my god. This is the most creative level I think I've ever played in Mario World. Ooh. Piranha pipe. Okay, we got the pipe. Oh! Sneaky! Oh! Oh, that's cool. You can jump. Okay. This is hard. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Oh, you can jump over. Okay. You can jump over things. You can miss your jumps. Oh, like just like that. Yeah, you can absolutely just miss your jumps. This is nifty. Can you spin off the booze? I don't think so. You're fired? I don't know what that means. Wait. I'm so confused. I'm so confused on this. Do I want to play a game of poker? Sure. Who's playing? Oh, so like that jump. Okay, so I'm like literally becoming like Mario when that happens. I get it. That's cool. And then, see, and then the star brings me back to the overworld. Oh! Wow, this game is... even cooler than I thought it could be. Okay, low-key sick. They should make an entire game like this. Okay. What just happened? Where am I going? Where am I going? Okay. This is like Mario Odyssey mind-bending. It is pretty wild. Oh. Okay, maybe I can just throw it from there. He's catching up to me is the problem. This mole's catching up to me. I like how it's just a bunch of different rooms too. It's kind of got like almost like a WarioWare vibe on top of this. Oh my god, why have we not done Mario World WarioWare yet? This is so cool. Okay, so we'll jump into here. Oh wait, I know what I need to do. Oh, okay. And then we go back and forth. Oh, wait. I went too many times. I went too many times. You know what else? And I know it's not that big a deal, but I feel really smart when I do these. Oh, let's go. That was cool. No, I'm still not reading them. Oh, a theme change now, huh? No, I'm still not reading them. I'm gaming. I'm fucking gaming right now, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not in the overworld. Oh, bitch. Oh. All right. What are you doing here, Yoshi? We can still kill Yoshi on the overworld. Alright, we gotta dodge the rocks right now. We can't jump in this one either, it looks like. Oh, this is actually gonna be hard. Wait. What is that? What's going on down here? Why does that work? I'm glitching the game. Oh. Oh, okay. What are you waiting for? Get it. Okay. See, you gotta get that one is the problem. Yeah, just go right away. Sometimes you just go right away. That's the easiest way to do anything. Lava monster? No. Who hasn't seen hot drinks yet? No, I don't know. What are y'all talking about? Stop what I'm doing? No. Ooh, is this Undertale now? Are we in Undertale? That was informative, yeah. Well, I'm gonna be sad you all won't be able to hear whatever sweet music is about to happen, whatever bitchin' music. Oh, never mind. It's not that bitchin'. Oh shit, oh no, oh crap, oh fuck, oh shit, oh no, oh crap, oh fuck. Oh. Okay. Well, murdered him. Murdered him. Get wrecked. A journey's end. So this is it. So this it? No, so this it. Sorry. So this it. So this it. Your journey is nearly over. I wish this went on for 10 hours. I wish there was 10 hours of this, dude. You are almost at the level. You're. Good you're. Aren't you happy? Or not? Okay. My QLDC level. All right. Wait, really? What is this shit? The end. That might have been the greatest level I've ever played. That was so cool. I want 10 hours of that.
This is the latest episode in my series, Excavating the History of the Bible, brought to you by Pathos.com. Click on the playlist below to watch all previous episodes. The Hebrew Bible is written mostly in Hebrew, no surprises there. But where did the Hebrew language come from? The earliest evidence we have for ancient Israelite language actually comes not from the Hebrew Bible, but from the archaeological record. What you're looking at is an inscription on a broken piece of pottery discovered in a storage pit in the ancient Israelite town of Izbet Sarta. It might date as early as the 12th century BCE. Here at the bottom of the inscription is a Proto-Canaanite alphabet. Although technically written in a Canaanite language, scholars notice that we might be looking at a missing link between Canaanite and later Hebrew. The Izbet Sarta inscription demonstrates the letter order that we see in the Hebrew alphabet, and later the Greek alphabet. Scholars call inscriptions like this abecedaries. Abecedaries are objects on which a scribe simply wrote down the entire alphabet, probably early in their schooling career, just like how we learn the alphabet today. The Izbet Sarta abecedary is particularly messy too, which leads some scholars to believe that it was a practice tablet used by students learning how to write. This one object raises several topics that we'll explore in this episode. First of all, this tells us that by the late Bronze Age and the early Iron Age, an alphabet within the Canaanite language family was being used and taught in scribal schools. Secondly, we see evidence of an alphabetic system used in an early ancestor of Hebrew that differed from other systems of writing used elsewhere in the ancient Near East.
Give me a ring or give me some food, or else this is another wasted trip. Super attack potion. Super attack these nuts.
Like cuneiform and hieroglyphics. Unlike cuneiform, which was a system of signs that stood for syllables and entire words, this was an alphabet using individual letters. A new linguistic invention that changed the way that people wrote and spelled, with each symbol representing a sound, just like how we write and spell today using the Latin alphabet. Let's start with a basic overview. Hebrew belongs to a broader family of languages known as the Semitic language family. Today that includes modern Hebrew, Arabic, and the Ethiopian language Ge'ez. but the earliest Semitic language that we know is called Akkadian, and was spoken and written by the people of Mesopotamia, such as the Neo-Assyrians and the Neo-Babylonians, both who had a huge historical impact on ancient Israel. Akkadian is part of a branch of Semitic languages called East Semitic, and was written in cuneiform, which you can see here on screen. It's a wedge-shaped form of writing which was inherited from the Sumerians. Hebrew, on the other hand, belongs to the Northwest Semitic branch. The earliest language we have from this branch is called Ugaritic, and was spoken and written by the inhabitants of Ugarit on the coast of late Bronze Age Syria. Other Northwest Semitic languages included Aramaic, Phoenician, Moabite, and a bunch of lesser-known Canaanite languages that may have been mutually intelligible. You can probably tell by all of this that this region, the Levant, was a melting pot of closely related languages. People in this region were speaking a bunch of Northwest Semitic languages, as well as languages like Akkadian and Egyptian. At the very least, scribes knew multiple languages, including the lingua franca of the Late Bronze Age, Akkadian, and the lingua franca of the Iron Age, Aramaic. We surmise this based on archaeological evidence, such as the Amarna letters. As we discussed in episodes 2 and 3 of the series, the Amarna letters are a cache of tablets mostly consisting of diplomatic correspondences between Canaanite kings and the Egyptian pharaoh. And most of these letters were written in Akkadian, not Canaanite. Much of our evidence regarding languages in the ancient Near East are texts which were produced by professional scribes. These scribes would have been trained in scribal schools and served important roles within society based on their education. The tradition of professional scribes and scribal schools dates back to the Sumerians in ancient Mesopotamia and the early periods of Egypt, where scribes performed an important role in documenting economic transactions, recording political issues, writing letters, and composing literature. If the Isbet-Sarta Abecedary is indeed a practice tablet, we're seeing evidence of some sort of schooling in early Israelite villages using a Proto-Canaanite dialect. Dating to around the 12th century, the Isbet-Sarta inscription is also one of our earliest pieces of evidence for early stage Hebrew, but most of our written evidence is later, dating to the Iron Age from around 1000 to 587 BC. The majority of this evidence appears on broken pottery with writing on them. For example, in 2008, excavators uncovered a piece of pottery inscribed with 5 lines of Proto-Canaanite script at the site of Khirbet Qeiyafa, a small fortified site located 27 kilometers southwest of Jerusalem. At the time of publishing this video, this is the longest known Proto-Canaanite inscription. It can be confidently dated to the 10th century BC, a few centuries after the Isbet-Sarta inscription, and roughly the time of King David's rule according to the Hebrew Bible, but much of it remains a mystery. Some scholars have proposed very different translations, but several factors complicate these efforts, including the fact that the inscription is heavily damaged and many of the letters have unusual shapes. Despite these difficulties, many scholars propose that this inscription, like the Isbet-Sarta Abecedary, is an example of early stage Hebrew. But remember, both of these inscriptions are technically Proto-Canaanite. Scholars are much more comfortable differentiating Hebrew as a separate language in later centuries. Objects from the later periods of the Kingdom of Israel and the Kingdom of Judah are inscribed with what scholars sometimes call Paleo-Hebrew. Most of these inscriptions are economic documents. For example, archaeologists discovered a hoard of pottery from the northern kingdom's capital of Samaria, bearing Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions that record the movement of commodities like olive oil and wine to the capital, maybe evidence of taxation or tribute. Other major Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions include the Siloam Tunnel inscription mentioned in an earlier episode. It documents the moment that laborers broke through and completed the tunnel that brought the waters of the Gihon Spring into the city of Jerusalem. So what does all of this evidence tell us about literacy rates in the ancient Israelite kingdoms? Literacy probably existed on a spectrum. So while non-elites may not have been able to read narrative texts, they possibly could have read simple economic documents. But recent evidence suggests literacy rates may have been higher during the Kingdom of Judah than previously thought. Inside a small Judahite fort at Tel Arad on the northern edge of the Negev desert, archaeologists discovered over 100 Hebrew inscriptions. These inscriptions record military administrative matters, like the movement of supplies between military posts. In 2020, when researchers ran these inscriptions through a handwriting analysis algorithm, they determined that they were written by a minimum of 12
Be right back. Alright, what if I plundered pyramids?
Get your hand out of me, pot.
No! I will keep my hand firmly in that pot.
Get your hand out of me, pot.
I don't think you understood what I said.
I think your hand is in the pot.
That's my hand!
Get out.
What do I need for the desert dagger? Am I done? Do I have all the requirements?
Of the snake pot.
No.
Wait, do these nerds have a custom space background? Freaking weebs.
Hmm?
There's a weeb faction in the arrayment of mods I have here. They're so weeb, they have their own custom fancy background in their main system.
Kill the Calphite Queen. Yikes. I'm not doing that.
Ivan says, that's not farming rings, get it off me.
Oh yeah, AKP is pretty fast. Keep forgetting I have AKP. Wait, there's a pyramid plunder loot counter. That's fun. Time to see how unlucky I am. Why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? Oh well. Time to start reaching in jars.
Get your hand out of me jar.
Gnu.
I think you mean gnome.
laughing at?
Video man.
Quit
Bean
engaging.
man.
Quit engaging in being merriment right now.
No.
Oh. Oi, mate, why are you biting my fingers? That's what I say to the snakes.
Snick.
Where's the exit? Ah, here it is. Start meme game. Charlie, snake bit more finger.
Keep your hand out of his jar and you won't have these problems.
Yeah, but I won't have his loot if I don't put my hand in his jar. That's what you're not understanding. Please understand, I need this jar. I need this pot. I need to smoke this pot. It's got the big XP, Talon. You know, they should consider, if they don't want me to put their hands in their jar, just giving me the scepter. Just give me the scepter. Just give it to me.
You just find new reasons to stick your hands in jars.
No. Yes. It's good thieving. It's good thieving XP. Hey, look, I'm at a 1% chance of receiving at least one scepter right now, okay? Swap. Oh, sticking my hands in the urns. I'm sticking my hands in the urns, and Talon can't stop me from sticking my hands in the urns.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sticking my hands in the urns. Yes.
Hiss.
Yes. Yes, you want me to have the treasures in these urns?
No.
It's Snakes can't
Get
say
your
no.
hand out of me, urn. What the heck?
They can only say hiss, yes.
Wrong. Alright, let's go to Byzantium and buy some wine and food.
What are you playing now? Civ?
I'm still playing Star Sector.
Byzantium is not a space name.
Like, the Interstellar Imperium has Byzantium with Byzantium wine.
Wrong.
No, this is a factual thing. Then I'm gonna buy food from them and then ship it to the 40k Imperium.
That's weird.
Yes, well, it makes money.
Plundering the pyramids, boss. Ouch.
That's wrong. Back to toasts. What if you made one Spidertron foot?
Beep boop boop. It's the sound of me making one Spidertron foot, I guess. Yeah, I need to go back to that. Maybe tomorrow we'll play that. Because I took off work. I can't remember if I said that. I just took off because I had too much time. And so, I'm off work tomorrow. Because I could be.
Guy says if I see an AI tomorrow, I'm gonna freak.
A little bit.
Hope you're ready for pictures of AI cores tomorrow.
That's fine. Pictures are fine.
Ooh, that is a markup.
Is it a markup or is it a mark down?
No.
Mark left. All these people have scepters, and I don't have a scepter, and I want a scepter.
Looking for scepters in all the wrong places. Get your hand out of me, pot.
That's why skilling grinds feel so much more rewarding, because I can't get any drops. You go a place, you don't get a drop. You go another place, you don't get a drop. But at least here, I'm getting thieving XP. Well, when I actually get past these spear traps, I get thieving XP. Ouch.
Monthly expenses is 61,000. Lame.
Hmm? What's 61,000?
I'm not breaking even monthly still. At least not without supplemental income.
This guy's a poor bastard.
Well, I'm back up to 2 million credits, so that's good.
Poor bastard.
Shoot, I need to... Let's pause this video, because I'm distracted. Alright, still got a while until I need to decommission tech mining. But yeah, I guess now is going to be a good time to stop. If I'm going to my resource point, I can check for contracts and...
I need to move my laundry to the dryery.
Move an AI ship into my fleet now and have a friend.
I started laundry.
Maybe I shouldn't run around with an AI ship in my fleet, if only to save on costs. I'm not sure.
Why are they so expensive? They should be cheaper.
Well, it'll just eat fuel and maintenance. I'm not exactly fighting things right now.
Why do you have to pay the AI anything?
I don't have to pay the AI, I have to keep its ship in working order. So technically I don't have to install an AI, and then I could have 2 of them. But I've heard that actually putting an AI core in is very good. Okay.
I'm gonna go move my laundry. One sec.
Be right back as well.
I've got an Italian sub for celebrating the Mario movie. Wahoo! No, Talon's left. I just made Chris Pratt noises at myself. Fine. What the heck? I've been deceived. But they were all of them deceived.
Boy!
Yahoo! I have an Italian submarine sandwich.
So long, Gay Bowsy!
So, excuse me. What? I don't think Chris Pratt's allowed to say that.
Yeah, Chris Pratt is definitely allowed to say that.
His church tells him to say that.
Yeah.
So I got to the late game. Well, I did a really hard quest in RuneScape yesterday, and that unlocked this roguelike feature. That's really hard. Okay, imagine you're fighting Athena, right? Like, it's 14 endgame. Like, it's got mechanics, you know, and stuff. And every time you hit one of your ability buttons, you also have to click the boss afterwards. And instead of moving, you have to click to move. Imagine trying to, you know, do a savage raid boss while you're clicking to move, and you have to click to retarget the boss every time he targets the boss, and you have to change your class mid-fight too.
Sounds annoying.
It's kind of fun. I beat it a few times. It's definitely way higher effort than the other things I've done so far, but it's in a good way. I think Pretty was talking about trying RuneScape because Moon was streaming it, but I think he would really enjoy that if he got to it. Actually, it seems the high skill gameplay he thinks he's so good at.
Same.
We'll see how good he is in the grave. But yeah, that's apparently where I'm trapped now. Everybody says like, "Welcome, you're here forever."
You're here forever.
Because the roguelike thing drops a really good weapon for everything.
Ooh.
And it doesn't drop commonly from the easy version of it that I'm doing now. It drops from most commonly from the hard mode.
You have to be good.
I have to be even
good
better.
At a video game.
I have to be even better because I was barely getting through the normal mode. To be fair, my stats are also pretty low. Like, it's roguelike. The only thing you take in is your stats, no items or gear, but your combat stats do matter, and mine are very low. Like I said, I basically like beelined this really hard quest. Got through with techniques rather than numbers. Not skill. Techniques is the way to describe it. Ideas that other people came up with of like, here's how you ignore the fact that the boss does all your HP and damage. Just become immortal. But it's fun. I've opened up a whole new world. possibilities. Yeah, I feel like RuneScape is the most deceiving game ever because I perceived that the only appeal was nostalgia for a long time, and I'm glad I actually tried it because it's like, oh, there's a game in here. There's an actual game that's enjoyable in here.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, does it? But it's true. It's all true. Who knew there was a game? Who knew you could have fun playing a video game?
Not me.
Same.
Speaking of having fun playing a video game, Trails of Reverie is poison for my brain.
It's the best. It's the best one. Quote Eggman. It's the best one.
Because I can grind. There's like easy and hard grinding, and I found the way to grind easy because they give you. So I don't know. My party has probably about 36 people in it right now.
That's unacceptable.
Is that right? Is that right? No, maybe that's not right. Maybe that's an exaggeration.
It should not be right, but it sounds
Hold on.
probably true.
Because normally in each, so there's 3 teams, and you can have up to 8 person per team. And I've definitely filled each team with at least 36 people. Anyway,
That's the cringiest thing
plus,
I've ever heard in my life.
but you can only take. Currently, I can only take 7 people into the dungeon.
Why?
At a time. But in the dungeon, there are battles that force people who are back in the base to fight, and you can't switch them out.
I don't like
so you have to
anything
keep them
you're
leveled.
saying. I don't like any of this.
But they give rare candies, which is nice, so that you don't have to just like grind people.
Yeah, you have to gotcha your rare candies.
No, there's like easy ways to get them. Like do an attack on the field 6 times or something. I've learned that I can just do that instead of like actually level up grinding, which is nice. I can't believe we're gonna be delayed behind Prinny.
Well, that's fine. He'll just give us spoilers the whole time.
Yahoo!
It's me, Keegan Michael Key, Toad.
True.
Let's go, Mario. Is AA
Well,
Rod
I mean,
here?
I already know the spoilers. I already know what's gonna happen.
Is Keegan Michael Key's the AA Rod guy, right?
Yes.
That sketch, yeah. It's like the only sketch I can think of off the top of my head that he's in. What else? Oh, country songs, racists. I know that sketch.
Yeah.
I saw that sketch for the first time when people were talking about that one recent song, whatever one. In my town, I'm gonna shoot you with my shotgun if you're black.
Yeah.
Actual lyrics, quote. If you ain't white, you ain't right, quote.
True and real.
That's what Athena says.
True.
I think it's unacceptable for
And
to say
real.
that. How's the story in Trails of Reverie? I noticed you haven't said anything about it. Curious.
I think Evil Rufus is a robot.
Excellent.
I believe. Well, he's an archaism technically. So you know how there's the like little lolly girls that were made. I think he's one of those.
But he's not a lolly.
Oh,
Right.
well, they're gonna
I
defeat
think
him, and then the old Rufus skin is going to fall off.
They developed the technology to create adult robots.
I don't
Is
understand.
I think the current twist. Right, because like again, his motivations don't make any sense, and we are playing as real Rufus, so I think the other one was just
Hey, but
I
wouldn't
thought-
it be
Clone
funny
or
if
a
the old
robot.
Rufus fell apart and there was a little girl robot inside?
Actually,
Yeah,
it
that
would be funny.
that would be really funny. Yeah,
Actually,
you
the
know
best
what? That's
twist would
gonna be
if
the
Rufus
twist.
that I'm
Yes,
playing as
yes, it's
is
the
the
robot. Yeah. That now that you said that, that is 100% going to be reality.
I don't think that that's because like.
How could that not be? How could that
Well, I
not
guess
be?
he could. I guess. Maybe. Hi, Brittany.
Prove it. All right, who's ready to watch this movie?
Me.
Vaguely ready.
You're gonna be delayed
Pretty.
compared to us.
Pretty. I
I'm gonna be
unlocked.
delayed.
Well,
No,
sorry,
he's
we're
gonna
gonna
be
be delayed
ahead.
compared to you. Yeah.
Because you're
Oh.
watching it from the source, right? But I mean, only a few seconds. If he's got the right Twitch settings.
Yeah, it should be
Dude, I'm excited
Yeah.
for the ad break, the mandatory ad breaks.
ad break. Is there an ad break in it?
No,
on
no,
Twitch.
just so you, yeah, I don't think it does it if you're not, if you don't have subs or whatever. There might just be a pre-roll or something.
Oh, I don't know. This is like a brand new channel. I just made.
Brittany, have you ever heard of anything in RuneScape called the Gauntlet?
It sounds familiar.
It's a rogue-like mode that's actually really hard. I think you would actually like it. It's like 14 savage fights, but you have to switch your prayers and switch your weapons and move all around. I just unlocked it and it's really hard. I have to get good. I don't want to get good. You can't make me.
Wait, you guys see it? I don't see anything.
No, your screen's black.
Okay, one second.
I guess I will cut
I
my
did hear it,
stream
though.
by stream.